There is a kind of power that most people overlook, not because it isn't important, but because it doesn't look impressive. It doesn't happen all at once. It doesn't create instant results. It doesn't feel exciting in the moment. In fact, most of the time, it feels almost invisible. It looks like doing something small, again, and again, and again, without applause, without recognition, without even knowing if it's working. And because of that, many people stop. They look for something faster, something bigger, something that feels like progress. But the truth is, real change rarely comes from intensity. It comes from consistency, quiet, steady, unnoticed. Think about it. A single moment rarely changes your life, but what you repeat every day slowly becomes who you are. And yet, consistency is difficult, not because it is hard to understand, but because it is easy to abandon. It asks you to continue, even when you don't feel motivated, to show up, even when nothing seems to be changing, to trust the process before you can see the results. And that is where most people stop, not because they are incapable, but because they underestimate the power of small things, repeated over time. So tonight, we are not going to talk about doing more, or pushing harder, or becoming someone completely different. Instead, we are going to explore something quieter, something simpler, something that has been available to you all along. The power of showing up again and again and again. Through a few gentle stories, you will begin to see something. That consistency is not loud, it is not dramatic, but it is powerful. In a way that changes everything, slowly. And now, let's begin with a man who almost stopped doing something because it didn't seem to matter. Story 1. The task he almost stopped doing. There was a man who had been doing the same small task every day. Not because it was exciting, not because it brought immediate results, but because, at some point, he had decided it mattered. At the beginning, it felt meaningful. Each time he did it, there was a sense of intention, a quiet belief that this small action would lead to something. But as days turned into weeks, that feeling began to fade. The task didn't change. It remained simple, repetitive, almost ordinary. And that was the problem, because without excitement, without visible progress, his mind began to question it. Is this even doing anything? Does this really matter? Why am I still doing this? The thoughts didn't come all at once. They appeared slowly, quietly, but persistently. And the more he listened to them, the heavier the task began to feel. Not physically, but mentally. What once felt like a choice now felt like effort, something he had to push himself to do. One morning, he woke up and felt it clearly. That resistance, that subtle desire to stop. He sat there for a moment, thinking, not deeply, just enough to consider the possibility. Maybe I don't need to do it today. It sounded reasonable. It always does. Just one day. Just a small break. Nothing significant. And yet, something about that thought felt familiar, not new, not unique. It was the same voice that had appeared before, on other days, in other moments, whenever something became repetitive, whenever something stopped feeling exciting. He didn't act on it immediately. He just noticed it. And in that moment, he realized something. The task hadn't changed, but his feeling about it had. At the beginning, it felt important. Now, it felt optional. And that shift made him question something deeper. Not the task itself, but the way he was measuring its value. Because if something only feels worth doing when it feels good, when it feels exciting, when it shows immediate results, then what happens to all the things that work quietly, slowly, without being seen? He sat there, still undecided, not knowing yet that this small moment of hesitation would show him something important about consistency. He remained there, sitting quietly, the task still in front of him, the resistance still present. Nothing had changed. And yet, something felt different, because this time, he wasn't rushing to decide. His mind continued, "You've already done enough. Skipping once won't matter. You can start again tomorrow." The thoughts were gentle, reasonable, almost comforting. And that's what made them convincing. Because they didn't sound like giving up. They sounded like taking a break. He had followed thoughts like this before, not just here, in many parts of his life. And each time, it started the same way. Just one pause, just one skip, just one moment of not showing up. And each time, it became easier to stop again. He didn't judge himself for that. He simply noticed it. A pattern, one he had never fully paid attention to before. He realized something then. Stopping doesn't happen all at once. It happens quietly, through small decisions, moments that seem insignificant, but slowly add up. And in that moment, the task in front of him felt different, not bigger, Not more important, but more honest. It wasn't about the task itself. It was about the act of continuing. He looked at it again. The same simple thing he had done so many times before. Nothing had changed. No new reward. No visible result. And yet, something about this moment felt important, because this time, it wasn't about motivation. It wasn't about feeling good. It wasn't about seeing progress. It was about choice. A quiet, simple choice to continue or not. He took a slow breath, and instead of thinking about the future, instead of wondering if it would work, he focused on something smaller. Can I just do it today? Not forever, not for a result, just today. The question felt different, lighter, more possible. And without overthinking, he began. Not with energy, not with excitement, just starting. The resistance didn't disappear, but it didn't stop him either. He moved through the task slowly, without pressure, without expectation. And something subtle happened. Not outside, but inside. The moment he started, the weight of deciding disappeared. Because he was no longer thinking about it. He was simply doing it. And that felt easier than he expected. He continued, one small step at a time. Not fast, not perfectly, just steadily. The task itself hadn't changed. It was still simple, still repetitive, still unremarkable. And yet, something inside him had shifted. Before, he had been waiting to feel ready, waiting for motivation, waiting for the moment when it would feel easier. But now, he was moving without any of that. Not because he felt strong, but because he had stopped waiting. And as he moved through the task, something became clear. The difficulty had never been the task itself. It had been the decision, the hesitation, the thinking. Once he started, there was nothing to fight, nothing to figure out, just the next small action. He finished, not with a sense of achievement, not with excitement, but with something quieter, a kind of calm, because he had seen something, not in theory, but in experience. That consistency is not about feeling motivated. It is not about doing something perfectly. It is not about seeing immediate results. It is about showing up, even when nothing seems to be happening. He sat there for a moment, looking at what he had just done. It didn't look impressive. It wouldn't stand out to anyone else. But to him, it meant something. because this was the moment he almost stopped and didn't. And that felt important, not because of the task, but because of what it represented. A quiet kind of strength, one that doesn't rely on emotion, one that doesn't need recognition, just the ability to continue. He realized something then. The results he was looking for were not going to come from one big effort, one perfect moment, one burst of motivation. They would come from this: small actions, repeated over time. And most of those moments would look exactly like this one: ordinary, unnoticed, easy to skip, but powerful if he didn't. He stood up, not feeling different, not transformed, but steady, because now he understood something simple. Consistency is not loud, but it is what changes everything. And somewhere else, someone was doing something similar, day after day, without even realizing that her effort was already shaping something within her. Story 2: The Effort She Didn't Notice. There was a woman who was always doing small things, not big goals, not dramatic changes, just quiet efforts every day. She woke up and did what needed to be done, handled responsibilities, took care of tasks, moved through her day. Nothing about it felt special. Nothing felt like progress. It just felt normal. And because of that, she didn't think it mattered. She often compared herself to others, people who seemed to be achieving more, moving faster, reaching clear milestones. And when she looked at her own life, it didn't look like that. There were no big moments, no obvious results, no clear signs that she was getting somewhere. So a quiet thought began to form. Maybe I'm not doing enough. It wasn't loud. It didn't stop her, but it stayed, following her through the day, through her routines, through the small things she continued to do, without much thought. She didn't notice how often she showed up, didn't notice how consistent she had been, because to her, it just felt like what she was supposed to do, not something to recognize, not something to value. And slowly, because she couldn't see visible results, she began to question it. Is any of this actually making a difference? The question stayed with her, not urgent, but persistent. And over time, it began to change how she felt about her effort. What once felt natural began to feel uncertain, like she was doing something without knowing if it mattered. One evening, after another day that felt ordinary, she sat down quietly, no distractions, no plans, just resting. And for a moment, she looked back, not far, just at the day, what she had done, what she had handled, what she had moved through. At first, it didn't seem like much, just small things, simple actions, nothing worth noting. But as she stayed with it, something began to shift. She noticed something she hadn't paid attention to before. Not the size of what she did, but the fact that she had done it again and again and again. Not because she felt motivated, not because it was exciting, but because she continued. And in that realization, something quiet began to appear. She stayed there, looking back at her day, not searching for anything impressive, not trying to prove something, just noticing. At first, everything still looked small. Simple tasks, ordinary moments, nothing that stood out. But the longer she sat with it, the more something subtle began to emerge. She hadn't skipped. She hadn't avoided. She hadn't given up halfway through. She had shown up, quietly, consistently, without making it a big thing. And suddenly, that felt different, because she realized she had been measuring her effort in the wrong way. She had been looking for results, for visible progress, for something that could prove that what she was doing mattered. But she had overlooked something more important: the pattern. Day after day, she had been doing the same small things, not perfectly, not dramatically, but consistently. And that pattern had been shaping her, even if she couldn't see it yet. She thought about it for a moment. If someone else had done what she had done for this long, would she say it didn't matter? Probably not. She would say, that takes effort. That takes discipline. That takes strength. And yet, she had never said those things to herself, because it didn't feel like strength. It felt like routine, like something automatic, like something that didn't count. But now, sitting here, she could see it differently. Consistency doesn't feel powerful when you're inside it. It feels ordinary, repetitive, easy to overlook. But that doesn't make it any less important. In fact, that's what makes it powerful, because it continues without needing attention, without needing recognition, without needing to feel special. She took a slow breath, and something inside her softened. For the first time, she wasn't questioning whether her effort mattered. She was beginning to see that it already did. She sat there a little longer, letting that realization settle, not forcing it, not turning it into something bigger, just allowing it to be seen. For so long, she had been waiting for something obvious, a result she could point to, a change she could measure, a moment that would prove everything she had done mattered. But now, she saw something different. The change had already begun, not in a way she could easily see, but in the way she had been showing up, the way she continued, even when she didn't feel like it, the way she followed through, even when no one noticed, the way she handled small things without needing recognition. Those things had been shaping her quietly, slowly, but steadily. She didn't need to wait for a big moment because the process itself was already changing her. She placed her hand gently on her lap, took a slow breath, and felt something she hadn't felt before. A quiet sense of respect for herself, not for achieving something big, not for reaching a goal, but for continuing. And that felt different because it didn't depend on the future. It didn't depend on results. It came from what she had already been doing. She realized then that consistency doesn't always feel like progress, but that doesn't mean it isn't. In fact, it is often the most reliable form of progress there is, because it builds even when you don't notice, even when you doubt it, even when it feels like nothing is happening. She stood up slowly, not because anything had changed outside, but because something had shifted within. The next day would still look similar. The same small tasks, the same quiet effort, the same routine. But now, she would see it differently, not as something insignificant, not as something that wasn't enough, but as something real, something meaningful, something that was already moving her forward, even if she couldn't see how yet. And that changed the way she felt, not dramatically, but enough to continue, without needing proof, without needing immediate results, without needing it to feel important, because now she understood something simple. What you repeat is what shapes you, and somewhere else, someone was about to face a different kind of moment, not about recognizing effort, but about showing up on a day he didn't feel like it at all. Story 3. The day he didn't feel like showing up. There was a day when he didn't feel like showing up, not because something was wrong, not because he was overwhelmed, just a simple, quiet resistance. The kind that doesn't have a clear reason, the kind that just says, "Not today." He woke up and felt it immediately, a heaviness, not physical, but somewhere deeper, a lack of energy, a lack of motivation, a sense that everything would feel like effort. He lay there for a moment, not moving, not thinking deeply, just feeling it. And then the thoughts came, as they always do. You can skip today. It won't make a difference. You deserve a break. They sounded kind, understanding, almost supportive. And that's what made them hard to question, because they didn't feel like excuses. They felt reasonable. He had shown up before, many times, more times than he could count. So skipping once didn't seem like a problem. He turned slightly, looking at the day ahead. The same small task, the same quiet effort, the same thing he had done, again and again. And suddenly, it felt heavier than usual, not because it was different, but because he was. The motivation wasn't there. The energy wasn't there. The desire wasn't there. And in that moment, a simple question appeared. Do I really have to do this today? He didn't answer it right away. He just stayed with it, because something about the question felt familiar. It wasn't just about today. It was something he had asked before, on other days, in other moments. And each time, the answer he gave shaped what came next. He sat up slowly, still unsure, still feeling the resistance, still not wanting to begin, and yet, something inside him paused, not pushing, not forcing, just noticing that this moment, this exact moment, was the kind that defined everything. Not the easy days, not the motivated ones, but this one, the day he didn't feel like showing up. He sat there, still feeling the resistance. It hadn't changed. If anything, it felt clearer now, more present, more honest. He didn't try to fight it, didn't tell himself to be stronger, didn't try to force motivation, because he had tried that before, and it never lasted. Instead, he noticed it, the heaviness, the lack of desire, the quiet voice saying, "Not today." And for a moment, he allowed that to be true. He didn't rush to reject it, didn't pretend it wasn't there. He simply acknowledged it. "I don't feel like doing this." The sentence was simple, but it changed something, because now he wasn't resisting the resistance, and strangely, that made it lighter. The feeling didn't disappear, but it no longer controlled the moment. He took a slow breath, and instead of asking, "Do I have to do this?" he asked something different, something smaller, something more honest. "Can I just begin? Not finish? Not do it perfectly? Not feel good about it? Just begin?" The question didn't create excitement, but it created possibility, because beginning felt easier than committing. He stood up slowly, still not motivated, still not energized, still unsure. But he took the first step, small, almost effortless, and then another. The resistance was still there, walking beside him, not gone, not defeated. But it didn't stop him, because he wasn't trying to overcome it. He was simply moving with it. He reached the task, looked at it, the same as always. Nothing different, nothing easier. And yet, this time felt important, because this wasn't about the task. It was about this moment. The moment where he didn't feel like showing up, and did anyway. He started, slowly, without energy, without motivation, just beginning. And something subtle shifted, not outside, but inside. The moment he started, the weight of not wanting to do it began to fade. Not completely, but enough to continue. He kept going, slowly, not because it felt good, not because the resistance had disappeared, but because he had already begun. And once he was inside the action, something changed. The weight he had felt earlier, the hesitation, the endless thinking, all of it became quieter, because he was no longer deciding. He was simply doing. The task moved forward, one small step, then another. No rush, no pressure, no need to make it perfect. And as he continued, he noticed something important. The hardest part had not been the task. It had been the moment before starting. The moment where he was still thinking, still questioning, still negotiating with himself. But once he moved past that moment, everything became simpler. Not easy, but simple. He finished, not with excitement, not with pride, but with a quiet understanding. He had shown up on a day he didn't feel like it. And that mattered more than the days when everything felt easy, more than the days when motivation was there. Because this was the kind of moment that built something real, not visible, not immediate, but lasting. He sat there for a moment, looking at what he had done. Nothing impressive, nothing that anyone else would notice. But inside, there was something steady, a kind of trust, because now he knew something for himself, not as an idea, but as an experience. You don't need to feel ready to show up. You don't need motivation to continue. You just need to begin, even when it feels difficult, even when it feels unnecessary, even when it feels like it doesn't matter. Because those are the days that shape everything. He stood up quietly. No celebration, No big realization, just steady, because he had seen something clearly. Consistency is not built on your best days. It is built on the days you almost didn't show up. And somewhere else, someone was waiting for change to happen, not realizing that it had already begun, quietly, slowly, over time. Story 4. The change that took longer than expected. There was a man who had been trying to change for a long time. Not in a dramatic way, not all at once, but through small, steady effort. He had committed to something simple, a habit, a routine, something he believed would slowly improve his life. At the beginning, it felt promising. Each day he showed up, there was a sense of progress, a quiet belief that things were moving forward. But as time passed, that feeling began to fade, because nothing obvious was happening. No big results, no clear transformation, no moment where he could say, "It's working." Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and everything still looked the same. The same routine, the same effort, the same small actions repeated over and over again. And slowly, a question began to form. Why isn't anything changing? It didn't come from frustration at first, just curiosity. But the longer things stayed the same, the heavier that question became. Am I doing something wrong? Is this even worth it? How long is this supposed to take? The thoughts didn't stop him immediately, but they stayed, following him each day. And with each repetition, the task began to feel different, not harder, but more uncertain, because he was no longer just doing it. He was waiting for something to happen, waiting for a sign, waiting for proof that his effort meant something. And when that proof didn't appear, doubt slowly took its place. One evening, after another day that felt exactly like the one before, he sat down quietly. The routine was done. The effort was made, but the result felt invisible. He looked back, not just at the day, but at everything he had been doing, all the time, all the repetition, all the consistency. And for a moment, it felt like nothing had changed, like all of it had led nowhere. He sat there, holding that thought, not knowing yet that what he couldn't see was already changing everything. He sat there, quietly, not rushing to distract himself, not trying to think of the next step, just staying with that feeling. The thought was still there. Nothing has changed. It didn't feel dramatic. It felt honest, because from where he was standing, everything looked the same. The same routine, the same effort, the same small actions, repeated every day. No clear progress, no visible result, no moment that proved that any of it had worked. And that made everything feel heavier, because effort without visible change can feel like going in circles. His mind began to speak again. Maybe this isn't working. Maybe you're wasting time. Maybe you should try something else. The thoughts were not loud, but they were persistent. And this time, they felt harder to ignore, because he didn't have evidence to prove them wrong. He had only one thing: the fact that he had continued. But in that moment, even that didn't feel like enough. He leaned back slightly, took a slow breath, and instead of pushing the thoughts away, he allowed them to be there. Maybe nothing has changed. He didn't argue with it, didn't try to convince himself otherwise. He simply sat with it. And in that space, something subtle began to shift. Not outside, but in how he was looking. Because instead of focusing on what he couldn't see, he began to notice something else. The way the routine felt now compared to before. At the beginning, everything had required effort, conscious thought, deliberate action. Now, some parts felt automatic. He no longer had to remind himself as much. He no longer had to push himself the same way. The action had become familiar. He paused, noticing that. Then he looked deeper. The way he responded to difficulty. Before, he would stop easily, skip days, lose momentum. Now, he continued, even when it felt repetitive, even when it felt like nothing was happening. That was different. And slowly, something became clearer. The change he was looking for had not been external, not visible, not obvious. It had been internal, in his behavior, in his patterns, in the way he showed up. And because it was quiet, because it didn't stand out, he had overlooked it. But now, he could see it, not as a big transformation, but as something real, something that had been building over time. He took another slow breath, and the thought shifted slightly from "nothing has changed" to "something has changed, just not in the way I expected." And that felt different because it meant his effort had not been wasted. It had just been working in silence, the kind of work you don't notice immediately, but that becomes clear only when you pause and really look. He sat there a little longer, letting that realization settle. And for the first time in a while, he didn't feel like stopping. Not because he suddenly saw big results, but because he finally saw that something had been happening all along, just slower than he expected. He stayed with that realization a little longer, not rushing past it, not trying to turn it into something bigger, just letting it settle. For so long, he had been looking for change in one place, in results, in outcomes, in something he could clearly see. But now, he was beginning to see something else. Change doesn't always appear where you expect it. Sometimes, it happens quietly, in the background, in ways that are easy to overlook. He thought about the person he was before he started, how easily he would stop, how quickly he would lose focus, how often he would wait for motivation before doing anything. And then he looked at himself now, still not perfect, still not dramatically different, but more steady, more consistent, more willing to continue, even when nothing seemed to be happening. That was not nothing. That was change, just not the kind he had been measuring. He let that sink in, and something inside him relaxed, because for the first time, he wasn't chasing proof anymore. He wasn't waiting for a result to justify his effort. He had seen enough. Not everything, but enough to trust the process. And that trust felt stronger than motivation. Because motivation comes and goes, but this quiet understanding remained. He stood up slowly, not energized, not suddenly inspired, but grounded, because now he didn't need to see immediate results to continue. He understood something simple. The most important changes often take the longest to appear, not because they are not working, but because they are building something deeper, something that doesn't break easily, something that doesn't disappear overnight, something that becomes part of who you are. And that kind of change cannot be rushed. He moved forward again, the same routine, the same small actions, but now with a different awareness, not waiting for something to happen, but trusting that something already was, and somewhere else, someone was about to question something even smaller, something so simple, it almost didn't seem worth doing at all. Story 5. The habit that felt too small. There was a woman who had chosen a very small habit, so small, it almost didn't feel like it mattered. It didn't take much time, didn't require much effort, didn't look impressive in any way. In fact, if she told someone about it, they might not even take it seriously. And that was exactly why she doubted it. At first, it felt easy, almost too easy. She could do it without thinking, without planning, without preparing. And because of that, it didn't feel like progress. It felt like something insignificant, something that wouldn't lead anywhere. Still, she did it, day after day. Not perfectly, but consistently. At the beginning, there was a quiet sense of intention, a feeling that this small action was connected to something bigger. But as time passed, that feeling began to fade because nothing changed. No visible result, no clear difference, no moment where she could say, "This is working." The habit remained small, the impact invisible, and slowly a familiar thought began to appear. This is too small to matter. It didn't come as doubt at first. It came as logic. If I want real change, I need to do more. This isn't enough. I should be doing something bigger. The thoughts made sense. They always do. Because we are taught to value big actions, big results, big changes. And this quiet, almost invisible habit didn't look like any of that. So one day, as she was about to do it again, she paused. Not because it was difficult, but because she questioned it. Does this even matter? The question stayed with her. She looked at the habit, so simple, so small, so easy to skip. And for the first time, she considered not doing it. Because if something is too small to matter, then skipping it shouldn't matter either. That thought felt reasonable, almost obvious. And yet, something about it didn't feel completely right. She didn't act immediately. She just noticed the hesitation, because something in her was beginning to sense that the size of the habit might not be the point, not knowing yet that this small moment would show her something important about what truly creates change. She stood there, still looking at that small habit, the same one she had done so many times before. Nothing had changed about it. It was still simple, still quick, still easy to overlook. But now, it felt different because she was questioning it. Is this even worth doing? The thought stayed, quiet but persistent, and her mind began to build on it. If you really want change, you should do more. This is too small to make a difference. You need something bigger, something that actually works. The logic felt strong, convincing, because we are used to believing that bigger effort leads to bigger results. And in comparison, this small habit felt almost meaningless. She took a slow breath, still undecided, and instead of answering the question directly, she noticed something else. Not the size of the habit, but the pattern around it. She had done it yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. Not perfectly, but consistently. And suddenly, a different question appeared. What happens if I stop? She didn't answer it right away. She just stayed with it. Because something about that question felt more honest. If the habit was truly meaningless, then stopping it should make no difference. But something in her didn't fully believe that. She imagined it, not doing it today, skipping just once. It seemed small, insignificant. But then she imagined something else. Skipping tomorrow too, and the next day. And slowly, the pattern began to fade. Not dramatically, not all at once, but quietly. Until one day, it would no longer be part of her life at all. She paused, feeling that, and in that moment, something became clear. The habit itself was small, but the act of repeating it was not. Because every time she did it, she was reinforcing something. A pattern, a behavior, a way of showing up. And that was not small. She took another slow breath, and the question shifted. From, is this too small to matter? To, what is this building over time? And suddenly, the habit didn't feel meaningless anymore. It felt quiet, simple, but real. Not because of what it did in one moment, but because of what it became when repeated. She stood there, holding that realization, not rushing past it, not turning it into something dramatic, just letting it be seen. The habit was still the same, small, simple, easy to ignore. Nothing about it had changed, but the way she saw it had. Before, she had been measuring it by its size, by how much it could do in one moment, by whether it created something visible right away. And by that measure, it had always seemed insignificant. But now, she was seeing it differently, not as a single action, but as a pattern, something that repeated, something that accumulated, something that slowly shaped who she was becoming. She realized something then. No single moment of this habit would ever feel important. There would be no day where she did it, and everything suddenly changed. No instant result, no clear breakthrough. And because of that, it would always be easy to underestimate, easy to skip, easy to dismiss. But that was exactly what made it powerful. Because it didn't depend on intensity, it depended on continuation. She took a slow breath, and gently, she did it. Not because she felt motivated, not because she expected a result, but because she understood something simple. This moment was not about change. It was about repetition. And repetition is what creates change. She finished, just like every other day. Nothing dramatic happened, no visible shift. But inside, there was something steady, a quiet trust. Because now, she no longer needed the habit to feel important. She knew it was. Not because of what it did once, but because of what it would become over time. She stood up, moving into the rest of her day. Everything looked the same routine, the same small actions. But now, there was a different awareness that small things, done consistently, are never truly small. They are seeds, and even when you cannot see anything growing, something is already happening beneath the surface. And that understanding made it easier to continue without needing proof, without needing results, without needing it to feel significant, because she finally understood. Consistency does not feel powerful in the moment, but it is, in a way that only reveals itself with time. And somewhere else, someone was about to experience something even quieter. Not a habit, not a decision, but progress that no one else could see. Story 6. The progress no one could see. There was a man who felt like he wasn't making progress. Not because he wasn't trying, not because he had stopped, but because nothing around him seemed different. He had been consistent, showing up, doing the work, repeating the same small actions, day after day. And yet, when he looked at his life, it looked the same. No clear change, no visible result, no moment that told him, "You're moving forward." And that made everything feel uncertain, because progress that you cannot see is easy to doubt. At first, he ignored it, told himself to keep going, that things would change eventually. But as time passed, the feeling grew. Not frustration, not disappointment, just a quiet question. Is any of this actually working? He didn't say it out loud, but it stayed with him, following him through his routine, through the same actions, through the same repetition, and slowly it began to affect how he felt. What once felt like effort with purpose began to feel like effort without direction, like he was doing something without knowing if it mattered. One day, he paused, not because something happened, but because something didn't. Another day had passed, the same as the one before, and for the first time, he stopped and really looked at his effort, at his routine, at everything he had been doing. And the conclusion came quietly. Nothing has changed. The thought felt heavy, not dramatic, but real. Because from where he stood, there was no evidence, no clear sign that he was improving, growing, moving forward. Just repetition. And in that moment, a subtle doubt appeared. Maybe I'm not progressing at all. He didn't react immediately. He just sat with it. Because something about that thought felt incomplete. Not wrong, but not fully true either. He stayed there, not knowing yet that what he couldn't see was already changing him. He sat there with that thought. Nothing has changed. It felt true because when he looked around, everything seemed the same. The same routine, the same environment, the same visible results, or lack of them. There was nothing he could point to and say, "This is different." And that made the effort feel uncertain, because we often trust what we can see, what we can measure, what we can clearly recognize as progress. But when none of that appears, the mind begins to question, what's the point? How long is this supposed to take? What if nothing is actually happening? The thoughts came quietly, not aggressively, but persistently. And this time, they felt harder to dismiss because he didn't have proof to argue against them. He had only repetition, only consistency, only the fact that he had been showing up again and again. But in that moment, that didn't feel like enough. He leaned forward slightly, resting his hands together, and instead of trying to think his way out of it, he did something different. He looked closer, not at the outcome, but at himself. The way he moved through his routine now, compared to before. At the beginning, everything had felt difficult. He had to remind himself, push himself, convince himself to start. Now, he began without thinking as much. The resistance was still there sometimes, but it didn't stop him the same way. He noticed how he handled setbacks. Before, he would stop, lose momentum, start over again later. Now, he continued. Even if things weren't perfect, even if he missed a step. That was different. He paused, letting that observation settle. Then he looked deeper. The way he responded to discomfort, Before, he would avoid it, delay things, wait until it felt easier. Now, he moved through it, not forcefully, but steadily. That was different too. And slowly, something began to become clear. The progress he was looking for had not appeared in results. It had appeared in him, in his behavior, in his patterns, in the way he showed up, even when nothing seemed to change. And because that change was internal, because it didn't stand out, because it didn't create immediate visible results, he had overlooked it. But now, he could see it, not as something dramatic, but as something real, something that had been building quietly over time. He took a slow breath, and the thought shifted slightly. From "nothing has changed" to "something has changed. I just didn't notice it." And that changed how everything felt, because now his effort no longer felt empty. It felt meaningful. Even if no one else could see it, even if there was no proof yet, because he had seen enough to know that something was happening, even in silence. He stayed with that realization, letting it settle, not rushing past it, not trying to turn it into motivation, just allowing it to be true. For so long, he had been looking for progress in one place, in results, in outcomes, in something visible, something measurable. But now, he was beginning to see something different. Progress doesn't always appear on the outside. Sometimes, it happens quietly, in ways that only you can feel. He thought about how he had changed, not dramatically, not in a way others would notice immediately, but in small, steady ways. The way he showed up without needing to be pushed, the way he continued even when it felt repetitive, the way he didn't give up as easily as before. Those things mattered, even if they didn't look like progress. He realized something then. If he had stopped earlier, none of this would exist. Not the routine, not the consistency, not the quiet strength he had been building. And that meant his effort had not been wasted. It had been working, just not in the way he expected. He took a slow breath, and for the first time in a while, he didn't feel like quitting. Not because everything was clear, not because he saw results, but because he understood something deeper. Consistency creates change, long before it reveals it. The results, the visible outcomes, the clear progress he had been waiting for, those would come later. But what he was building now was the foundation, something steady, something reliable, something that wouldn't disappear easily, and that mattered more than anything he could see. He stood up slowly, the same environment, the same routine waiting for him. Nothing had changed outside, but inside, there was a quiet shift. He no longer needed proof to continue. He no longer needed to see results, to believe it was working, because he had seen enough, not with his eyes, but through experience. And that was stronger than any visible outcome. He moved forward again, not with excitement, not with urgency, but with trust. Trust that what he was doing was already shaping something real. Even if no one else could see it, even if it hadn't appeared yet. And somewhere else, someone was about to experience something even more subtle. Not effort, not progress, but a result that arrived so quietly, he almost didn't notice it at all. Story 7. The result that arrived quietly. There was a man who had been consistent for a long time, not perfectly, not every single day without fail, but enough. Enough that the effort had become part of his life. At the beginning, he had started with intention, a clear reason, a sense that what he was doing would lead somewhere. But as time passed, that clarity faded. Not because he stopped caring, but because the process became ordinary. The same actions, the same routine, the same repetition over and over again. And like many things that repeat, it began to feel invisible. He no longer thought about it much. He simply did it, not expecting anything, not waiting for a result, just continuing. Because at some point, it had become a habit. Something that didn't require motivation. Something that didn't need to be questioned. And that was where everything changed. Because when something becomes natural, you stop measuring it. You stop asking, "Is this working?" You stop looking for proof. You just continue. One day, something small happened. Not dramatic, not obvious, just a moment. He was in a situation that would have felt difficult before. Uncomfortable, challenging, something he used to avoid. But this time, his response was different. He didn't hesitate as much. He didn't overthink as much. He didn't feel the same resistance. He simply moved through it, naturally. And at first he didn't notice it, because it felt normal. But later, when he thought back, something stood out. That moment had been easier, not easy, but easier than it used to be. He paused, noticing that. And then another memory came, a similar situation from the past, where he had struggled, hesitated, avoided, and now he hadn't. The difference was small, subtle, but real. He sat there, holding that observation, not knowing yet that this was the result he had been waiting for, just arriving quietly. He stayed with that moment, thinking about it more carefully, not analyzing, not trying to explain it, just observing. That situation, the one that had just passed, felt different. Not because it was easier on the outside, but because something inside him had responded differently. Before he would have hesitated, questioned himself, delayed action, there would have been more thinking, more resistance, more effort just to begin. But this time, none of that happened in the same way. He simply moved, naturally, without needing to push himself. And that was what felt unfamiliar, because he hadn't tried to change that moment. He hadn't prepared for it. He hadn't told himself to act differently. It just happened. He took a slow breath, letting that settle. And slowly, a realization began to form. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't luck. This was something that had been built. Through all the small, repeated actions he had been doing, day after day, week after week, without seeing anything obvious. Those moments, the ones that felt insignificant, the ones that felt like nothing was happening, they had been shaping him, quietly, in ways he couldn't notice at the time. And now, in this small, simple moment, that change had appeared. Not loudly, not dramatically, but clearly. He thought about it again. All those days he showed up, all those times he continued without knowing if it mattered. This was where it led, not to a big breakthrough, not to a sudden transformation, but to a subtle shift in how he moved through the world. And that felt different because it was real. It didn't depend on motivation. It didn't depend on effort in that moment. It had become part of him, and that was something he hadn't expected. He had been waiting for a result he could see, something obvious, something clear. But instead, the result had arrived like this: quiet, simple, almost easy to miss. He sat there, realizing something important. Consistency doesn't always give you what you expect, but it gives you what you need, even if you don't recognize it right away. He sat there letting that realization deepen, not rushing past it, not trying to turn it into something bigger, just understanding it. For so long, he had been looking for something obvious, a clear result, a visible change, a moment that would confirm everything had worked. But what he received was something quieter, a shift in how he responded, a change in how he moved, a difference that didn't need to be announced because it was already real. He realized something then. The result had not appeared in one moment. It had been building across many. Every time he showed up, every time he continued, every time he chose not to stop. Those moments had accumulated quietly, without recognition, without proof, until one day they became part of him. And now, he didn't need to try. He didn't need to force anything. He simply was different, not dramatically, not completely transformed, but enough. Enough to move through situations in a new way, enough to handle things with more ease, enough to see that something had truly changed. He took a slow breath, and for the first time, he felt something he hadn't expected. Not excitement, not pride, but trust. Trust in the process. Trust in the repetition. Trust in the quiet work that happens when no one is watching. Because now he had experienced it. Consistency does not shout. It does not announce its results. It builds them slowly, silently. And when they arrive, they often look like this: simple, subtle, easy to overlook, but deeply real. He stood up, moving forward, not looking for results anymore, because he knew they were already forming. And somewhere else, someone was just beginning, not with a habit, not with a routine, but with something even smaller, a single step that didn't seem important at all. Story 8. The step that seemed too small to matter. There was a woman who wanted to change something in her life. Not everything, just one thing. But every time she thought about it, it felt too big, too far away, too difficult to begin. So she waited, not intentionally, but quietly, waiting for the right moment, waiting to feel ready, waiting for a time when it would feel easier. But that moment never came, and over time, the idea of starting began to feel heavier, because the longer she waited, the bigger it seemed. One day, she decided something different. Not a big decision, not a dramatic change, just a small one. Instead of trying to do everything, she chose the smallest possible step. So small, it almost felt unnecessary. She hesitated, looking at it. This won't make a difference. The thought came immediately, because the step was too simple, too easy, too small to create real change. And yet, she took it, not because she believed it would work, but because it was possible. And in that moment, nothing changed. No visible progress, no immediate result. Just one small action. She almost dismissed it, almost told herself it didn't count. But something inside her paused, because even though it was small, it was still a beginning. Not knowing yet that this step would become something much larger over time. She stood there for a moment after taking that small step. Nothing had changed. The room looked the same. Her situation felt the same. Her life exactly as it was before. And that made the moment feel almost insignificant. Her mind responded quickly. See, nothing happened. That didn't make a difference. You need to do more than this. The thoughts were immediate, almost automatic, because the step had been so small. It didn't feel like progress. It didn't create momentum. It didn't create excitement. It didn't give her a sense of moving forward. It just happened and passed. She hesitated, looking at what she had just done. Part of her wanted to dismiss it, to say it didn't count, to wait for something bigger, something more meaningful. Because deep down, she still believed something. That real change should feel noticeable, that it should feel like movement, that it should feel like something is happening. But this felt like almost nothing, and that made it easy to question. She took a slow breath, still standing in that quiet moment. And instead of moving on immediately, she paused, because something inside her was curious, not about the result, but about the action itself. She asked herself gently, "What happens if I do this again tomorrow?" The question was simple, but it changed something. Because now the focus wasn't on this one step. It was on repetition. She imagined it, doing the same small action again and again and again. At first, it didn't seem impressive. It didn't look like it would lead anywhere, but as she stayed with that thought, something began to shift. She realized something. No single step would ever feel important. There would never be a moment where one action created a visible transformation. But that wasn't the point. The point was what those steps became when they were repeated. She thought about other things in her life, things that had become natural, habits she didn't question anymore. Those things hadn't started big. They had started small, almost unnoticeable. But over time, they became part of her, and suddenly, this step felt different. Not because it had changed anything yet, but because it had the potential to, if she continued. That was the part she had always overlooked. Not the action, but the continuation. She took another slow breath, and the doubt softened slightly. Not gone, but quieter. Because now she wasn't expecting this moment to be powerful. She was beginning to understand that its power came from being repeated. She didn't need it to feel important. She didn't need it to create immediate change. She only needed to do it again. The next day came, and when the moment appeared again, she hesitated, just like before. The same thoughts returned. This is too small. This won't matter. But this time she recognized them, not as truth, but as habit. And without arguing, without forcing herself, she simply took the step again. Still small, still simple, still unimpressive. But this time it felt slightly different. Not because the action changed, but because her understanding had. She wasn't doing it for a result anymore. She was doing it to continue. And that changed the weight of the moment. Days passed. Each step looked the same, felt the same, easy to overlook, easy to skip. And sometimes she still questioned it. Sometimes it felt pointless. Sometimes it felt too small to matter. But she continued, not perfectly, but consistently. And slowly something began to happen. Not outside, not in a way she could clearly see, but inside. The step became easier, more natural, less something she had to think about. And that was the first sign. Not a result, but a shift. A quiet change in how she showed up. She didn't celebrate it. She almost didn't notice it. But it was there, growing. And that was when she began to understand something deeper. Big changes don't begin as big moments. They begin like this. Quiet, easy to ignore, but powerful if you don't stop. Days continued to pass quietly. No big changes, no sudden breakthroughs, no moment where everything felt different. Just the same small step, repeated again and again and again. There were days it felt easy, days where she didn't question it, days where the action happened almost automatically. And then there were days where it felt just as small as before, just as easy to dismiss, just as easy to skip. On those days, the same thoughts returned. This still doesn't feel like progress. Nothing is really changing. Maybe this isn't enough. And for a moment, those thoughts felt real, because nothing around her had dramatically shifted. Her life still looked similar. Her situation still felt familiar. There was no clear evidence, no visible proof, just repetition. But this time, something inside her was different. She didn't react to those thoughts the same way. She didn't immediately believe them. She noticed them, let them pass, and continued. Not because she was certain, not because she had proof, but because she had seen something already. That change doesn't always show itself immediately, and that was enough. One evening, after many days of continuing, something subtle happened. She found herself in a moment that used to feel difficult, a situation she would normally avoid, delay, overthink. But this time, she responded differently, not dramatically, not in a way that stood out, but she didn't hesitate as long. She didn't overthink as much. She simply acted. And at first, she didn't notice it because it felt natural. But later, when she looked back, something caught her attention. That moment had been easier. Not easy, but easier than before. She paused, holding that realization, and slowly something connected. All those small steps, all those moments that felt insignificant, all those times she continued without seeing results. They had been doing something, quietly. They had been shaping her, not in a way she could see immediately, but in a way she could now feel. Her response had changed. Her behavior had shifted. Her hesitation had softened. And none of that had come from one big moment. It had come from repetition, from showing up again and again when it felt like nothing was happening. She took a slow breath, and for the first time, she truly understood. The step had never been too small. She had just been looking at it the wrong way. Because when something is repeated, it is no longer small. It becomes a pattern. And patterns are what shape everything. She sat there, not feeling excited, not feeling proud, just aware. Aware that something real had happened. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but slowly, quietly, over time. And that changed how she saw everything. She no longer needed the step to feel important. She no longer needed to see immediate results, because she had experienced something deeper. That consistency turns small things into powerful ones, not in one moment, but across many. She stood up, moving into the next day. The same step would be there, the same small action, but now it felt different. Not because it had changed, but because she had. And that was the result. Not something she achieved, but something she became. Through repetition, through patience, through continuing when it felt like nothing was happening. And that is the quiet truth. Consistency doesn't feel powerful while you are doing it, but one day you look back and realize it changed everything. And now, as everything begins to slow down, take a moment and just breathe. In and out. There is nothing you need to do right now, nothing to fix, nothing to figure out. Just listen. If you look back at these stories, you may begin to notice something. None of them were dramatic. None of them were filled with big moments. None of them looked like instant change. They were quiet, simple, almost easy to overlook. A small task, a simple habit, a day where someone almost didn't show up. Moments that didn't seem important. Moments that didn't stand out. Moments that most people would ignore. And yet, those were the moments that mattered. Because real change does not usually come from what is big. It comes from what is repeated, again and again and again. Consistency is not exciting. It does not give you immediate rewards. It does not always feel like progress. In fact, most of the time, it feels like nothing is happening. And that is why it is so easy to stop, to skip one day, to wait for motivation, to look for something faster, something easier, something that feels like it's working. But what you have seen tonight is something different. That the most powerful changes happen quietly. While you are repeating something small, while you are continuing without seeing results, while you are showing up even when it feels unnecessary. That is where everything begins, not in one moment, but in many. And slowly, without you even noticing, something starts to change. Not always outside, not always in a way others can see, but inside, in the way you respond, in the way you act, in the way you continue without needing to think about it. And one day, you find yourself in a moment that used to feel difficult. And it feels different. Not because the world changed, but because you did. That is the power of consistency. It does not announce itself. It does not demand attention. It does not need recognition. It simply builds, quietly, steadily, over time. So tonight, you don't need to do more. You don't need to change everything. You don't need to become someone else. Just remember this: the small things you do matter. Even if they don't feel important, even if they don't show results, even if no one else notices. Because what you repeat becomes who you are. And that is not something that happens in one day. It happens slowly, gently, in moments that look exactly like the ones you've heard tonight. So allow yourself to go at your own pace, to take small steps, to continue even when it feels like nothing is happening. Because something is, even if you cannot see it yet. Now, let your body relax. Let your shoulders soften. Let your breath slow down naturally. Feel the surface beneath you, supporting you, holding you. You don't need to carry anything right now. Just rest. If your mind begins to wander, that's okay. Gently bring it back to your breath, in and out, again and again. Just like everything you've heard tonight, quiet, steady, enough. And as you begin to drift closer to sleep, let this stay with you softly. Consistency is a quiet superpower, and you already have it. You just need to keep going. Good night.
you.